Maybe. Oh, there it is. Hi, everyone. Let me turn the music down so that it's there, but not too loud. Happy Wednesday. Yay. I know that's only halfway through the week for some people, but it's my weekend. So, yay. But I work on Saturdays, so that's my makeup.
Yeah, Saturdays are unfortunate.
RIP. But that's okay.
Is it slower for work for you on Saturdays?
It just depends on the day.
Oh.
Some days it's slower, and some days it's stupidly busy. But
hopeful that it would be super slow.
Right. It depends. Sometimes it is, and it's great. Hey, Shrey. Hey, Owie. Welcome in, guys. We're just getting ready to start episode 23 of Nerd Out and Chill. Hold on. Let me bring up. Hold on. I forgot to pull up. I gotta go lurk on Dupree's channel. If you guys aren't following Dupree, you should be. He's been playing some Bloodborne lately, which has been fun to revisit. At least for me to watch. I mean, I don't know about you.
I was surprised going through it. I was just messing around and like not taking anything seriously. I was just running, and most of the like areas I'm like, I don't really remember where I would go through here. I'm like, let's just go this way and hope for the best.
You're like, it's been a hot minute since I played this.
Yeah, I still ended up finishing the any percent in like 3 hours. So I was like, well, that's not bad.
That's not bad at all.
Around. And I only died. Where did I die? I died on BSB once because I messed up and she was jumping around and being weird. Right. And then I died on Miko a couple times because I messed up the drop. I hit L1 instead of R1, and like as I was dropping and I hit it, I was like, "What am I doing?"
You're like, "Son of a mother."
And then that just kind of screwed it up. So, but I ended up, I got it. I got it done, so it worked out.
Perfect.
And then all the other bosses were simple. I'll still probably mess around with some late game bosses and all that, and level up more. So I want to go back through like the beginning areas and like, actually run through and explore them. I've never explored that game fully. Like, I went through
well, you
my
should.
first time, and I played it, and I kind of ran around, and I was just like, once I found the bosses, I would fight them, but I didn't really go to every corner. I didn't search for everything, look for everything. And then the first time I did the DLC, I was BL4, so that was just running like a chicken with my head cut off.
I remember that. I remember that. I was like, what are you doing? Why are you like this? So that was like super early on in our friendship too. That's like when I started watching you. So you were doing that kind of stuff.
So a long time ago.
Crazy. It was. I remember. It's so funny. Like I remember certain eras of my streaming depending on like what my stream setup was. And I remember that was down when I was living in the basement and I had my desk like facing the wall. So I had this like tiny little cubby hole that I used to stream from. Yeah, and the wall would be like right behind me. Not that you can see because I've got Sasaki and Miyano behind me today, but it doesn't matter.
That's how mine was originally. I had my desk turned around and I had, like you said, literally inches behind my chair.
Right.
Like I had to like lean forward and like scoot out. I couldn't even stand up fully to get in and out of my chair. And now my desk is still at the same wall. It's just flipped around.
It's just
so
flipped
I have
around.
like a big opening behind me now and all that. I was just so lazy because it's like moving all your cords and stuff is such a hassle. It's like that's the part that like I don't want to deal with that.
It's like the biggest reason why I don't want to get a new desk until I someday move. Like I want to get an adjustable desk so I can like rotate between sitting and standing during stream, but like swapping out my desk at this point would be such a pain. So like I don't really want to just do it right now.
Well, and I can't imagine for you. I've got a bunch of like before. I literally just had like my mouse, my keyboard, my mic, and my monitors. And that was it, and a fan. But now I've got 2 action figures over here. I got a cup. I got pictures. I've got the bunnies. I've got the MDZ thing you got me. So it's like I've got so many things on my desk now. I'm like, I want to move all that too.
See,
Dang it.
for me, it's not necessarily a lot of stuff on my desk aside from my setup, but I have two setups that are right next to each other because I have my work setup right next to me on another
Oh,
desk.
really?
So it's like, it would be a pain. But anywho, we're not here to talk about our desk setups. This is just us getting distracted because that's what we do. We are
Every
here to
time.
talk about the animes
Anime.
that we finished last season. Because the season ended 2 weeks ago, but I was not able to. Well, actually, and if we did podcast last time, it would have been right before the season ended. So really, this works out just fine.
Yeah, I think we would have had like one episode left.
Yeah, we would have had like
Yeah.
one episode left of everything.
Yeah.
So we would still be talking about the end of the season today. So
Yeah.
it works. But yeah, so we're going to talk about the 4 series. Well, I guess not all 4 of them have finished yet because Nier hasn't closed out for the season yet since it's behind because of those like 3 weeks
Oh,
that it
yeah,
didn't
it's
have
still
episodes. So Nier is still going.
I'm
But
getting kind of bored with Nier.
it's kind of it is definitely slow, but there have been some really really good episodes. I liked the most recent episode a lot because we kind of started exploring the slightly rebellious behavior of 9S and 2B because they took off their blindfolds, which they're not supposed to do on a mission. Like, that's a big no-no. And they,
Yeah.
like, took off their shoes and played in the ocean a little bit. I was like, oh.
It's gotta be fun for them though. Like, I can't imagine.
So that was really fun. It is slow, but honestly, when you think about it, if you were to take out if you were to take out a lot of the fighting in the Nier Automata game, this is about what the story would feel like. Like, the story is paced the same.
Yeah.
I think... Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think part of it too is because I've never played the Nier games. I've only played like maybe 2/3 of Automata. So I don't really have, and even if I had finished Automata, it would have just been recently in like the last year or two that I would have played it. So I don't have that nostalgia factor, and I don't have the history with the games like everybody else does. So I don't have that big like, oh my god, Nier. I'm like, yeah, it's Nier. Okay, cool.
I mean, I'm really enjoying it, but I mean, it's actually my least favorite of the 4 shows we watched this season.
Same.
But I'm still enjoying it. I mean, just because it's my least favorite of the 4 doesn't mean it's bad.
It's not bad. It's
It is a slower paced series. One of the things I do love about it, which I have stated before, is that the music, other than the opening and closing sequences, all of the soundtrack is just straight out of the game, which I'm really glad that they did. So
I like the music in all of them except for Trigun. The opening Trigun music, I don't really care for.
I love the opening, but I know it's not for everyone. It's a very different style of song, but I am here for it. I can actually listen to that on repeat for like 2 hours. I love that song.
It just kind of reminds me of like a odd techno.
But like I said, it's not for everyone, and I totally get it. I'm not offended by you not liking that song. It's okay.
I like all the other ones though.
But yeah, so not a ton to talk about as far as Nier's concerned. It's, if you've played it, you know the story. It is progressing kind of slowly, but again, like I said, if you take the combat out of the game, that's about the pace that the story is. So it feels right as far as the pace should be.
Moving along.
So we'll just go ahead and move on into Trigun. I meant to make this disclaimer at the very beginning of the podcast, but disclaimer, there will be lots of spoilers because we are talking about the end episodes of the season. So if you haven't watched these things and you want to go watch them on your own and not be spoiled, please go do that. You can come back and watch the podcast later. I won't be offended. Should be, yes, but not everyone watches everything as it comes out. Not everyone watches everything as it comes out. So, some people wait till the whole thing is out and then they binge it.
Yeah, true. That is a good way to do it.
If you have the time to, yeah.
I think if I I don't think I'd ever finish anything if I did that. Like watching only like knowing I only have to sit down and watch like an episode or two every week. Like that's what keeps me going. So it's like I got 20 minutes and I'm done, and I don't have to worry about anything. If I have it like hanging over my head, I'm either gonna procrastinate because I want to just like sit down and binge the whole thing, and I'm not gonna have time, so I'll put it off.
Is
And then
that
I
why it's
might watch
taken so long for
something.
you to get through the Untamed?
Yeah, because it's all there. I have so many, and it's like every time I think about it, I'm like, do I really want to sit here for 40 minutes? I'm like,
Well, yeah, because those are longer
yeah.
episodes too,
Yeah.
because they're Netflix episodes. So
I do like them. I just need to like sit down and buckle down and do it. But it's that procrastination because there's just so many. I know there's 50, and every time I think about it, my brain's like,
like, oh,
it gets over.
it
It gets
feels like
overwhelmed.
so many. Lurkin,
I
thanks, Griffin.
But I love every episode I watch, except for like, and I think part of it too that slowed me down a little bit was because I was coming up on the tough episodes, and I just recently finished the tough episodes where JC's mom dies, and I'm like, oh god.
But there are more tough episodes to come.
I know.
We'll
I feel
come
like that's
back.
the hardest one.
We'll
I
come
don't know,
back
maybe
to
as I-
Untamed.
yeah, maybe as I get forward, it'll get harder. I don't know.
We'll come back to Untamed because that's on the schedule for later. But we're just getting distracted again. Back to Trigun. Now that I have given my disclaimer. Thank you guys so much for the lyrics. I really appreciate it. Love's right back to you, villain. And Jackie, thanks for being here. Right. So now my disclaimer that says we're talking about spoilers is over. If you guys have me muted and you're lurking, that's fine. I don't want to spoil anyone that doesn't want to be spoiled. That being said, the last couple episodes of Trigun, what are your thoughts?
From what I remember, I liked it a lot. It was really good. The fight between the two main characters, Knives, and the other guy.
Vash.
Was really interesting.
Vash, the Stampede.
Vash, yeah. I can never remember his name. He always like makes a big deal, but Vash. Vash and Knives. It was pretty cool, and especially like to see that Vash has got the power to open the portal and connect to the core. That was pretty interesting. Oh, that was pretty cool. Knives is a psycho.
Yes, but he always has been in every incarnation of Knives. He's always been a straight up psycho.
He's such a narcissist too.
Yeah.
Major narcissist.
So
He would die.
I was listening to a conversation between some friends the other day who were talking about how they were having a hard time with the CGI animation, like the 3D animation. But I honestly, and to each their own, totally cool, totally fine. I get it. But I actually feel like the 3D animation kind of enhances the experience in certain situations. Cause like, for example, the fight between Vash and Knives, there were things that happened in that fight that just I feel like would have been really hard to execute as beautifully in classic animation versus the 3D animation.
Yeah, I never saw the original, so I don't have anything to compare it to. But I thought that everything was done really well. I enjoyed.
Well, I mean, you can compare it to just
stuff.
anything else you watched in the season because everything else is classically animated and this is completely 3D.
Yeah, I thought it was really good.
But yeah, coming from an era where like I compare the 3D animation in Trigun to like, for example, like early, like the first season of Sailor Moon Crystal was classically animated except for the transformations, which were 3D, but they were like so different. It was like jarring every time they went to transform and you're like, oh gosh, here comes the 3D, look out. But as that series progressed, so did the animation. So the transformations in season 2 were better than 1, and then the transformations in season 3 were even better than season 2, so on and so forth. As far as
because it's old and technology
well,
limitations.
old quote unquote. I mean, Sailor Moon Crystal is not super old. It I think it's like 7 or 8 years at this point.
So
It's
maybe
just
budget then.
it's just I don't think it's budget. I think it's the fact that actual 3D animation in anime has come leaps and bounds in just the last like decade. So
Yeah.
it's come a long way very quickly.
I
So
have Sailor Moon shoes. Converse, I think.
that's right, you do, and I'm a little bit sad because you don't appreciate Sailor Moon, but it's fine. It's fine.
It's just because I've never watched it. I'm sure I would like it.
You
if I
actually
watched
probably really would. I should make you watch that. But not right now. We've already decided on what we're watching. But Trigun, back to it. For those of you who have seen the original, I have also seen the original, and I will say that when you get to the end, the changes they have made suddenly make a lot more sense, because the end of the season leads into a season 2, which has already been confirmed and I'm actually really excited for. And some of those changes that I was initially really upset about, I'm just going to say it because I already gave my spoiler warning. So if you don't want to get spoiled, get out! At the end, towards the very end of the last episode, Meryl is in her vehicle talking to headquarters. They're like, hey, we need you to come back and pick up the newbie. And they're like, her name is something like Thompson, Millie Thompson. So Millie Thompson is the character that I was initially upset about them taking out. They did not take her out. This season was basically like a prequel season to whatever they're doing in the next season. So it's not that they got rid of Millie, it's that she's going to be in season 2, which I am elated about because I love Millie Thompson.
You like that a lot better than.
I'm so happy. I was like, I was
Probably dying for that season more than ever now.
so happy. It was so happy. But it also makes me a little bit worried because someone I love very much, a different character, someone I love very much died in the original but didn't die in this season. So I'm like, oh no. Are they gonna kill them in season 2, or are they gonna let them live the whole time this time? Because they have made enough changes that they could change that, and I'm sure people would be fine with it. I would be fine with it if they didn't want to kill this certain individual off. I'm not gonna say who it is because I don't want to spoil it for you just in case. But yeah, so season 2 has already been confirmed. It's already in production. They don't have a release date for it yet, but it is in production, and I'm really excited. And I thought those last couple of episodes were like really good. Like,
yeah, they picked up a little bit. That one was a little slow-ish, but they were still interesting. Each episode kept me entertained. I liked them and enjoyed them, but the last few though were definitely much more intense.
yes, like the last, like, so you had the one that was like super flashback all about Vash and knives, and then the last 2 were like boom 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 boom, and you're like, oh everything's happening all at once.
Yeah.
Oh geez.
That was pretty intense. It was good.
I also really liked, again, for those of us who have seen the original, there was kind of an homage to the original hairstyle in the last episode when Vash is in his all black mode because of what he just experienced, and his hair is like all standing up. That hairstyle is from the original, which a lot of people were really upset about him not having in this season. I really liked his new design. I liked his new hair. I liked his new coat. I'm sad about people who didn't give it a chance.
I wonder if, since the girl that you thought was gone and they're bringing her in now, and you were saying that this was like a prequel, if the next season, if they're going to bring in the hair changes and the wardrobe changes to be,
I don't know. It's
matching more
possible.
of the first.
It's possible because Vash has quote unquote disappeared, and he might come back with the new hairstyle, which would be the old hairstyle. Come back with the new hairstyle and maybe with a newer version of the original coat. I don't know. I really liked his new outfit, but
I thought it looked good.
yeah,
I don't know
I
if
liked
it
it a lot.
originally, but I liked it.
I feel like maybe next season I should make you watch the original. The original's on Crunchyroll, and it is very good.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it was.
In fact, it's funny. The original Trigun series is actually the series that I have seen the most in one sitting, if that makes sense. Every time I sit down to show it to someone, we watch all 25 episodes in one sitting. Like, it's just an all day thing. Like, I'm like, because there's a point, I don't remember what episode number it is, but there is what I call a point of no return. There's a specific episode that happens, and once it happens, you don't want to stop, or else it sucks. It's like having to stop on episode 7 of Modao Sushi after Jinling stabs Wei Ying. It's like having to stop there, which sucks.
Can't do it. I'll just start it like early on a Saturday.
But yeah,
so
yeah, for sure.
Watch the whole.
I recommend it. It's really good. The guy who plays Vash the Stampede in the English version of the new one plays Vash in the original one. So they got the original voice actor back to play that main character, and he did a fantastic job in both versions. And actually, Trigun was the first thing he ever did, so it's kind of cool to see him come back and revisit that role. Well, it was the first voice acting job he ever did. He was a Power Ranger for a while, so he did Power Rangers first.
Power Rangers is cool. I like Power Rangers.
Yeah. But yeah, guys, I really liked Trigun Stampede. I'm really excited for season 2. For anyone who felt the same way I did about Millie Thompson not being in it, we were blessed. She's gonna be in season 2. So yay. Because that was actually my biggest issue the whole time I was watching it. I'm like, dang it, I just want freaking Millie to be here. But here we are. She's gonna be in it. We're gonna get Stun Gun Millie. She's so good. I love her. But yeah, Trigun. I loved it. I liked it a lot. I actually love it enough that I would like to buy some merchandise for it, but I know that if I start, it will be bad. And I already spend too much on Modao Sushi. I don't need another show to consume my life financially. So I might let myself get like one really cool piece of art or like a set of really cool acrylic stands and then call it good. Like,
I want to get a figure of Vash, and I want him with his glass arm thing, and then I want his coat to be on the side. I don't want it to be on him, but I want the coat to be there as a separate piece. And then I want knives with his knives out, and then he could sit next to the side.
Dude, his knives in this were so cool. He was very cool. He was very cool. He was he's a very good villain, and I have a feeling, despite the fact how he ended, quote unquote, I have a feeling we will see him again. But maybe we won't. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. I don't know. We'll see. It's anyone's game now.
Do what they want.
But yeah, Trigun is probably trying to rank it with everything we watched this season. It's not first for me, but it's probably tied. I'm going to say tied second with Blue Lock because I can't really say I like Trigun or Blue Lock more than the other. I really liked both of them a lot. But with that, we will segue into Blue Lock.
My order would go Blue Lock number 1, Buddy Daddies 2, Trigun 3, and Year 4.
Buddy Daddies is my number 1 of the season.
We'll talk about it.
But we'll talk about it after Blue Lock. So, Blue Lock, as I've said every episode of this since we've started talking about it, just surprises me every time in how much I actually like it. I don't know why I say that. I just didn't expect to like it very much. And every week I'm like, wow, yeah, this is great. I like this a lot. It's really intense. I'm really sad about the redhead Kusanagi and him not making it into the 3rd selection.
Right, he was gone. Like, when everybody was coming through the doors at the end, they were all going through, and I'm like, wait, where's the one guy?
Right,
I'm
where
like,
is he?
And then they start talking about him, and I'm like, you motherfuckers.
I know, I was so sad.
What's his name? Rayo or whatever, he's in, and I was super happy about that. Cause it's like, yes, him and Nagi, they can go at it again.
Right. Him and Nagi have that really good
I'm
dynamic.
hoping that they repair their friendship and like
Right.
somehow they like become good friends again and like push each other to evolve into like another like a higher level of
Mm-hmm.
competition and like they're like best buddies again.
I know. I'm kind of hoping that they have to reforge that friendship through maybe them all striving to be better than the world's team that they just had to get
Oh, like the
crushed
five
by.
on five.
Yeah.
When they scored the first goal, I was like, "Oh, dang!" I was like, "Maybe they have a chance."
No,
And then
then
I
it
was
was
like,
like boom, boom,
"Oh,
boom. It was like, well,
jeez!" I was like,
it's
"They
over.
got." I was like, "They're children.
I
They
mean,
stand no chance." It's like, why'd you even show up on the field? It's embarrassing.
to show them how much work they still had to put in.
Right. It's like from where they started to where they are now, multiply that by 10, and that's how far you still have to go. Like you've done nothing.
Right, you think you've evolved, but guess what?
Right?
You're
You feel like you
wrong.
accomplished the world, but you have walked backwards.
Yeah, and I was reading that season 2 has been confirmed. They actually confirmed it in the end of the finale episode for this season. And it's also getting a spin-off movie. I don't know who the spin-off movie is going to be about because
Hopefully, the red-haired guy.
it says it's a spin-off, so I don't know if it's going to be about the main people, but I would be here for it if it was about Kusanagi because I'm really sad that he
The
didn't
only one
make the
that got
cut.
let go.
Because there are some people that made the cut that I was like,
Why?
why
Would you
you
let
over
them in? They were
Kusanagi? Like,
in.
why, sir? No. Of course I was happy because my boy Chigiri made it, but I was really sad
I'm just
about.
waiting for his knee to blow out.
I know, I like live in this constant fear of that's what's going to happen. It's going to be this most intense moment in a game, and then
Maybe
either it's going to blow out with him like scoring like a final point to win, or they would have won, but his knee blows out. Like I live
yeah,
in
I think
fear.
they get sent back around and they have to
Yeah.
like fight to get back up or something.
I
Maybe they'll blow his knee out and they'll bring back the redhead to replace him.
oh no, but I mean sad. I mean, oh yay Kusanagi, but sad Chigiri. And it looks like this season, so season 1, which was 25 episodes, was 11 volumes of the manga. And there are 23 volumes out so far. It's still coming out. So this looks like it could probably be a 2 to 3, if not like 4 season anime. We'll see.
Yeah, possibly that'd be cool.
We might be watching it for a while.
I don't mind. It was
Which is
really
all right.
good.
Yeah, it's good. I really like it. But you know, I think it's just because those first 3 episodes I was so like not sure. I was like,
See, and I was by
I
the
don't
first
know.
episode, I was hooked on it because I was like, this is Squid Games with soccer. I was like, this
But
is
like
gonna be
3
amazing.
episode 3 was like so not cool. Like it was like I was like, "Oh no." But episode 4 was incredible and then everything else from there has been amazing.
Yeah,
So,
it got really good.
it got real good
That's
real
how-
fast.
That's how Squid Games was. Started out slow, but by the end of episode 1, it hooked you.
Ah,
And
there you go.
You were set.
And then let's see. Oh, hold on. I have someone that wants to give me a promotion. Man,
Jeez.
get out of here.
Nice. I hate when I'm on my PlayStation and I'm looking at my phone because I go through like the stream manager thing so I can see like my alerts and stuff. But when I'm on that section on my phone, I can't ban people.
It doesn't let you ban people from there?
I can only block them from there. I can't. If I'm gonna ban them, I have to type it in. I have to like copy their name and then.
Oh,
type
do
in,
you like the
backslash
backslash ban?
I'm just like, that's not worth it. I'm like, you can just be ignored. I'm moving on. I don't care.
It could
Like,
just be
I
ignored.
don't have time for that. And I don't want to sit like on my actual channel because then I'll miss alerts and stuff. So
Right.
I'm like,
Yeah.
whatever. They don't pop in that often. It's not worth it.
Right.
It's like, just let them be.
You're like, whatever.
I'm not even gonna respond. I'll just Continue like they didn't even say anything. You don't exist.
Oh, I will say it was at the end of the season in that last episode when they reveal all the other teams. I got immediate like hate vibes for a couple of the new players. Like
Yeah, a couple of them seem
that
like
super tan guy that was being a jerk about Kusanagi being kicked out. Immediate hate vibes for him. I was like, "Oh, F you, buddy."
yeah.
It's like,
There were a couple
"No."
bad ones, a couple that I was excited about. There was one, I don't remember them like off the top of my head, but there was one or two that came in. And I was like, "Ooh, I'm going to be curious to see what
Right,
they're going to
visually
be
it's
all
just like,
about."
you look like
Yeah,
you're going to be an interesting character."
yeah. It's kind of like when you saw Nagi or Rin, you're like, "Ooh, I'm gonna like you. You're gonna be something."
What I thought was really interesting, speaking of Rin, was the fact that they're bringing in his brother to play on the under 20 team that they have to compete against, and that's like Rin's biggest goal is to be better than his brother. So,
Yeah, I hope that they make him kind of stumble a little bit, but improve and end up beating his brother quickly. Because I feel like if they make him be too skittish and scared of his brother, that it's gonna end up putting Isagi ahead of him. When in reality, he's not better than him skill wise. He's too scared to be himself, and so like that's the only reason you're surpassing him. You're not actually doing it, and I don't want to live a lie.
right. No, I think so with the way this season worked, I think what we'll get next season, I don't know if it'll be the whole season, but I think next season is definitely just going to be focusing on the build up to like that game.
Yeah, to
Um
the under
to the
20
under
game.
20 game.
I don't.
And then
We might see like a beginning or just leading up to the start of the game, but I don't think we'll actually
or
get to.
or the under 20 game might be like mid-season, and then the world's team might be the end of season 2. I have no idea. Obviously, I haven't read the manga, so no clue. No clue what the pacing on this is going to be
I
like.
would. It'd be funny if the world's team was the end of season 2 and they scored 2 goals and then got murdered again.
Oh,
It's like
no.
you've done nothing again.
Again. Oh no, that's hilarious. That would suck. That would suck for them. That would suck for them. Oh
Yeah.
man. But yeah, Blue Lock's cool, guys. If you don't normally try sports anime, I highly recommend it. It's not your usual sports anime.
Not
It's
boring. It's good.
well, I'm not saying that sports anime is boring. I like plenty of sports anime. I'm just saying that it's like, if you're like, oh, I don't really like sports anime, it's very different from your classic sports anime because of the way it's presented. Yes, it is a soccer anime, but it's definitely not a classic soccer anime.
I don't like sports at all.
I
But I
like
do like
animated
that.
sports.
Yeah, I
Like-
like that.
like a
and,
lot.
Yuri on Ice and
Yeah, so
the Skate 8. Those were fun.
I think
like
you would
those.
probably like Yoamushi Pedal if you tried it, but I'm not gonna make you try it yet. Don't get me wrong, I'm gonna make you try it because it's one of my favoritist. I love it so much. And that's the team bicycling anime,
That'd be cool.
but it's really fun. I like it a lot.
I'm sure I like Yuri on Ice. It was good.
That one was good,
Don't
but
watch it
short.
in English.
It's so
It
weird.
was short. It was very short.
And sad. Short and sad. The movie is still being made though, guys. I dug up some updates on it the other day. They're still working on it. Don't worry. We're still
So, like,
gonna
a
get it.
Two-person team just plucking away at it. Why is it taking so long?
Because the studio is really busy. It's the same studio. It's the same studio that did Chainsaw Man. It's the same studio that is doing Jujutsu Kaisen season 2, which we're getting in July.
What you're saying is Yuri on Ice is a back burner project when they're bored, and they're pumping out everything else first.
I don't know. I don't work for them. I do know that even the first season took like 4 years just pre-production. Like they put a lot of like research and effort into it before they even did the season. So I'm wondering if I don't know.
It might
I
take a
don't
lot
know.
more to do.
But the point is, it's coming.
Yeah,
We
it
just-
might take a lot more to do the sports animes like that because they probably want to be really accurate to the sport, and so it's not like they can just wing it and do whatever they want because it's a demon Jujutsu Kaisen where they whatever they say can be factual because it's
Yeah.
all fake
Yeah.
anyways.
That's actually one of the things I really like about sports anime is because they make the animes assuming that the viewer has never played the sport in their life. So they actually take the time to teach you all the details about the sport within the show in a really entertaining manner. So that's one of the things that, like, I've learned so much about team bicycling. I had no clue how that worked, and now I know all about it.
One thing I wish they had done a little different on Yuri on Ice is I felt like every time I was watching them skate, they were just jumping up and spinning in a circle 3 times. Jumping
I
up, spinning in a
mean,
circle,
that's
jumping up.
kind of what watching real life skating is like.
I don't know. I feel like when I watch it on TV, like there's more choreography to it, but maybe it's just because
I think it's just harder to animate.
So it seems different. Yeah.
And it's also really hard because they're like, oh, they did this jump and this jump and this jump, but it's really hard to animate the subtle differences between those kinds of jumps.
Unless you do like full on like 3D CGI, like big production,
which
like,
I know from the trailer, the people are at least going to be 3D, kind of like Trigun.
Cool.
Yeah, because the trailer that we got like a year and a half ago, showed young Victor, because that's what the movie's about. The movie's about younger Victor, and he was and he was animated in such a way. So we shall see.
Maybe that'll give them more like options for animation and stuff to make it look a little bit better.
It's also a movie, and movies always have higher budgets, so it should look really nice either way. Because anime films always have nicer budgets. But yeah, I digress.
Especially if they do something like the Dragon Ball Z Super.
That
movie was pretty good.
Yes. Now for my favorite one of the season was Buddy Daddies. I loved
really
it so much.
I liked it a lot.
It's so good, guys. If you haven't watched Buddy Daddies, change that. Do it.
I know it's probably mean to say, but I was glad that the mom died.
Right?
I was like, you're a selfish.
I kind of felt that way too. I was like, I feel bad, but like I'm okay with this.
Right? Exactly. I was like, I know I should feel bad, but I don't. You deserve this. Just like she said at the end, she's like, I'm sorry, I was selfish to the end. Like, yes, you were, and this is your karma.
Yeah.
You deserve this. This is what you get.
It's so cool to watch. Like, I'm so sad that it was only a 12-episode season, but like I kind of understand just because with the kind of story it is. But it was so cool to watch them both develop so much over the quote-unquote year that they had Miri, especially Ray, because like he came leaps and
That's
bounds.
what I was gonna say. I feel like he regressed the most.
Absolutely, because Kazuki was already kind of a normal dude, just happened to have a shady job.
Yeah, he had a shady job, and he got a kid, and he just went full blown like.
Yeah, he went full dad mode.
Yeah, but he was a full dad mode, and the other guy, he took a while to warm up and kind of open up little by little, and by the end, he was the quiet version of the super dad.
Yeah, I really loved it. In fact, it was so funny. So in the episode when Mom shows up, I was like shouting at my monitor. I was like, no! I was so upset, and I was like crying. Like I got so emotional at the end of that episode, and I was like,
I was angry watching. I was like, they are lucky that both of these episodes are out right now, because if I had to wait a week, by the time I sat on I wouldn't have watched the last one for a while.
I did have to wait because I watched episode 10 the day it came out. I was like, yes, Buddy Daddy's Friday, and then I watched it and I was like,
You're like,
I'm
way
so
to ruin
sad
my
and
day.
angry. I'm sad and angry.
You ruined
But I
everything.
am glad that I didn't have time to watch the other two episodes until they were both out and I could watch them together. So that was good. But yeah, Ray came leaps and bounds as just a human, and I thought it was so cool the way that he went to confront his dad and is like, "This is who I want to be. This is who I am. You can't make me stay. I'm
I,
leaving, and you're going to let me leave."
I feel like I wanted him to kill his dad because that just would have been so sad, like so much satisfaction. But then at the same time, the entire
It would have
organization
made
would have
him.
held to
It also,
him.
I think, would have made him no better
Yeah, it
if
would
he killed him.
either he would have become a target from whoever replaced the dad because they would have like no, you're not getting this, or he would have to take his dad's place. And then how does he continue his position
Yeah.
while doing that? And then it's like, okay, I get it, I guess. Hopefully the dad doesn't be an ass and send people after you, and you're just like fighting and
Right.
like constantly having to go back home to argue with him and shoot him again. Like, stop it.
I thought that was so cute. The fact that they were like literally had bullet wounds and were so hurt, but they're like, we're gonna make it to that freaking Christmas party, dang it.
We're gonna do
And
it.
it's like a good thing they had those Santa outfits because otherwise everybody would be like, oh my gosh, what happened to you?
I'm really excited for season 2 if they started off with her being a teenager like she was at the end.
I don't know if we'll get a season 2, honestly. I feel like,
I'm hoping we do.
I mean, I would love
I mean,
a season
it would
2.
make sense
Don't
if
get
they
me
didn't do
wrong.
it, but
I would love a season 2, but I don't think we're
I
going
want-
to get one.
I want a season 2 of her being older, and the drama of that season can be them finding out how her parents actually died and who they really are.
Oh no. I did love that we got that whole flash forward though, like the 10 years later little glimpse into their life. I was like, I'm so happy. Like I love that they're all three together as a little family, and I love how they they run a freaking diner, and all Ray can make still is French toast. That's good. But it's good. He's really freaking good at it. It's the only thing he makes, but he's the best.
Oh, did you know Little Caesars has their pretzel crust right now?
I love their pretzel crust. Oh my gosh.
I do too. It is the best.
Oh my gosh. I'll have to get.
We are obsessed with it. It just came out like a week ago, so it'll probably be there for
Is
like a month.
is it the original pretzel crust that has like the cheese sauce instead of the red sauce?
Yeah,
Oh.
it's the pizza.
Oh.
It's the pretzel crust, and then you've got the cheese sauce and all the different cheese on it.
Oh
and
man,
everything.
guys,
So
that's the
it's
best pizza.
phenomenal.
It's
It is.
awful. It's awful for you, but it's the best pizza.
It's so good. So good.
I'm definitely gonna have to get some.
Yeah.
Gonna have to get a pizza this weekend. Oh, I love that pizza so much.
It's so good.
It
It's
is.
ridiculous.
It's-
Never would have expected that a pretzel and pretzel cheese would be so good on a pizza.
So
Oh my
good.
God.
I mean, I love soft pretzel with cheese, so like the idea of that as a pizza, I was like, yes. And then I had it and it was amazing. And then they
Pretzel
stopped
sauce.
making it and I was sad. And then they brought it back for a short time, but they didn't do it with the cheese sauce. They did it with the red sauce, and I was like,
You're like, what?
No.
Why? Right? Now it
Comic,
seems like
hello.
they bring it back. It seems like they bring it back every year now, towards the beginning of the year. It's like within the first like 3 months of the year. Usually January or March, they'll bring it back for the month, and they'll do like a limited time for 30 days. It'll be out.
Interesting.
And so now it's out. It's really good. I love, like you said, pretzel with cheese. Like you go to BJ's and they have this pretzel cheese fondue stuff. Oh, so good.
hi.
So good.
Hello, Copic. It's going. We were just talking about Buddy Daddies, and then we got distracted by the fact that Little Caesars has their pretzel crust pizza back, and we need some. But yeah, Buddy Daddies is fantastic. I really liked it, guys. Like I said, it's my number one pick of the season. Like everything we watched was really good, but that one gave me all the feels. I loved it a lot. I love it.
Definitely very good.
I would, yes. I would love another season, but I
And
don't think we'll get it.
I just double checked. They have the normal pretzel crust, but they also have stuffed
They have
pretzel
a
crust.
stuffed pretzel bleh, 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 crust.
Try and say that one.
Stuffed pretzel crust. 3 times fast go. Oh man,
But yeah,
that was a
they
tongue
have it.
twister that didn't need to be one. All right. So we will quickly go over what we're gonna watch this season because the only thing we're watching that's actually new this season is we're gonna do Skip and Loafer, which is a high school romance slice of life. Well, it's not really slice of. Well, maybe it's kind of slice of life. Anyway, it's a high school romance, um, coming of age with really quirky girl from the boonies has come to Tokyo for high school, and I've read the first volume of the manga and I liked it a lot, and I was like, man, I really want to get more of this, but it's not in my budget to buy more of it right now. So I was like, oh, it's gonna be an anime this season. Perfect. So that is the newest thing we're watching. Technically, we're also watching a Gundam, Mobile Suit Gundam, Witch from Mercury, but we're gonna be watching season 1 because Dupree hasn't seen season 1 yet, so that's fine. It just means we'll watch season 1, and then next season we'll watch season 2. And then totally also not from this season, but I'm going to make him finally watch because I have finally seen it and I'm like, it's time. It's time. We're gonna be doing Heaven Official's Blessing. So we're gonna have a nice
It
mix.
was on my list to watch anyways.
I know, but it was a matter of it was just a
So-
matter of when.
Yeah.
The time is now. I've decided. I decided that for you. The time is now.
It will be good. I'm excited to watch it. Yeah, I think it'll be really good. I have the books. That's going to be on my list of things to read. So
I'm just sad because it's only the 1 season so far. So there's only the 12 episodes and there's nothing after that yet. We're
Yeah.
hopefully getting season 2 later this year, but we don't quite know. It was announced for this year, and then the main character's Chinese voice actor got arrested. So they might need to replace him and redub it. I don't even know if it's dubbed yet, so we'll find out. So I don't know if that's gonna push it back a little bit, but hopefully
why do people got to be so dumb?
we'll get it. What's funny is his voice actor in Chinese is the same guy who plays Guan Yao in Modatsushi, which I thought was really interesting because I was like, wow, how did you go from manipulative butthole Guan Yao to adorable Jilian? So good. So, what do you do? She's acting talent. It's a shame these got arrested.
Talented.
I haven't looked up to see why he got arrested, but he was.
Probably something dumb.
I don't know. I mean, it could be. It's China, so who
They're
knows?
pretty strict over there.
Yeah. So it could be something really dumb.
Have you heard about their social credit system?
I've heard of it, but I don't know a lot about it.
Basically, if you get how we have a credit score, you get a society social credit. So if you're in public and you jaywalk, your score goes down. And
Whoa!
so if you break laws, you get traffic tickets, you do things, you go into a drive-through or something, and you start screaming and yelling at the cashier person, your score goes down. And if your score gets too low, then you can't get loans for a house, you can't buy a car, you can't they'll start cutting things off and you can't buy that anymore because your social score isn't good enough.
Oh no!
It's insane.
That's wild. Yeah, I had no idea. Oh jeez, learn something new every day, guys.
It's pretty intense over there.
Oh
That's why
man.
everybody's worried about the digital currency here, because if they do that, that's step 1 into a social credit system. And I don't want a social credit system. Not that I do anything.
Right.
but I don't want you having that much control.
Right.
I go out, especially if you go to the doctors and they're like, "Oh, you're unhealthy," and you go to get a pizza. You can't have pizza because you're unhealthy.
Oh
Go to your
no!
doctor.
It's your doctor said that you have to watch your cholesterol. It's oh no!
Yeah, they could completely control your everything. No.
That would be
That's scary.
wild. Oh jeez.
That's too much.
Ooh.
That's crazy. But yeah, I thought it's one of those things that's extremely interesting, but I never want to experience it.
Right. No, for sure.
Make a
Like,
movie about it. Let me watch a movie, but
right. Let
don't
me
do
watch a
it.
movie about it, but don't do it to me.
Exactly.
Oh man. All right, cool. Well, we're going to round off the rest of our episode with some more Danmei updates because Dupree has been reading some more Modatsushi and he's been catching up on The Untamed. I am most recently reading Scum Villain Self-Saving System, and I also have been watching the Thousand Autumns Danwa, so that's been fun. But
I bought the Thousand Autumns book.
good. I'm excited to
I
read that.
gotta have it done.
I've been so tempted to start that one at the same time as Scum Villain because I want to read that one so bad. But like I've been looking forward to reading Scum Villain, so I didn't want to just like push Scum Villain aside. I'm
Should just
trying to get through Scum Villain pretty quickly so that I can at least start Thousand Autumns before Modatsushi Volume 5 comes out, but Volume 5 comes out on the 2nd of May, so I will probably have to wait because I will read Modatsushi as soon as I get it.
what you should do is finish the volume of Scum that you're on, and then watch, or not watch, then read Thousand Autumns, and then you'll probably finish like right in time for.
Maybe.
Oh,
If I can get through Thousand Autumns fast enough.
yeah.
That's the goal. I would really love to finish 2 books this month, but we'll see what happens.
Like I think it's what, like 14 pages a day, and you could do it. Well, if you had a full 30 days.
Maybe I'd have to do the math for both books. Because I'm on. Where am I at? I'm making pretty good progress in Scum Villain. I'm on page 83. Like I read
14 hours.
I read like 40 of these pages just today. So I like took it with me on vacation thinking I was going to have time to read. Joke's on me. But, you know,
You could do it.
I tried. I take it with me everywhere with the intention of being able to read it, but that rarely happens. But, you know, I try. I try hard. I take it with me.
You know, the one time you don't bring it, you're gonna have
Right,
like
I'm gonna
an
have
hour,
time.
2 hours
That's
of
what
just sitting there
actually
doing nothing.
that's what happened when I went to the Stray Kids concert a week and a half ago because we were there. We went super early so that my friends who were like really into Stray Kids could like run around and meet other fans and do like freebies and like tradesies with like little gifts and stuff. And I'm like, man, if I had not left my book in the hotel room, because I took my book on that trip, but I left it in the hotel room. And I was like, if I had not left my book in the hotel room, I could have just picked a spot under a tree and read my book for like 2 hours while they did that. And then I could have read my book in the stadium while we were waiting for an hour and a half. But you know what? I forgot it at the hotel room. So rip.
It's been a good reading.
However, the concert was fantastic. Highly recommend if you guys ever get the chance to see Stray Kids. They were very good. It was really cool.
Pretty good.
It was really, I mean, the production quality was awesome. It was an awesome show. And just as far as K-pop groups are concerned, they're a really good K-pop group. Not just like musically talented, but as far as like also like just as people, like production wise, there are very few K-pop groups that get to produce as much of their own music as they get to, and that's really cool. I know very little, but I could like go on a tangent on like how K-pop idol life is and how a lot of their lives actually suck a lot because of the companies they work for. But I don't know enough, and I'm not going to get on that soapbox, but we're going to go back to Modatsushi because you are reading that. Where are you at?
I'm in volume 2. I just got to the part where Wei is looking through the blind girl's eyes.
So you're still in the Yi City arc, so all the sadness that happens there.
Yeah, yeah. He's looking through her eyes, watching, and Yang, the bad one.
Zhu Yang, F
Yeah,
that
he
guy.
just came in, and he was telling her the story, or not. He wasn't telling her. The other guy, the blind guy, was telling her a story about Way's parents and all that, which was funny. She's like, so she just married. She's like, marrying a servant's fine, but then they die. I'm done with this story. So
Yeah, rip. That was really cool because we don't get that in any other version. Like they didn't put that in the live action, they didn't put that in the anime. So it was kind of fun to get that little tidbit of him being able to hear a tiny bit about his parents.
yeah, all the testing that he's doing to make sure that she was blind was pretty funny too. Especially like when he pulled out his sword and was like, "Is she gonna walk into it?" It's like, "You are one brave little girl. You're just walking straight to a sword. Like you know it's there."
I mean, she was dedicated to the foolery, so
A
she
gutsy little one.
had to be gutsy.
Yeah.
Oh
And
man,
then
Ye City
I was on the
breaks my heart.
part. I think the most recent part I was at was when they went out on a night hunt together, and she's been following them, and she was checking on the corpses, looking at them and everything, and seeing that they had their tongues cut out, and that they had the corpse poisoning, and they weren't really dead. And he
So
didn't know,
hard.
but his sword leads him to the corpse poisoning.
Yeah.
And he has no idea. He thinks he's just cutting down the zombies, and the cut tongue makes them sound like it. So I'm at that part right now.
Rough.
Keep
It's a
pushing
rough.
forward.
That whole arc just hurts me.
I think it's like when I watched the show, everything happened so quick with E City that I'm I'm actually enjoying this book because I'm getting a lot more information
Well, they
and more
just
detail
yeah,
on E City.
they gave a lot more information because yeah, Ye City is only like I think it's like 3 episodes in the
Yeah,
anime.
it's really short. So I've been enjoying. Like, I mean, I'm mad at the guy. I want him to
Right,
die.
it's super
Like,
sad and like F Zhu Young because
yeah, like Zhu Young, I don't like him. I hate him. I want him to die. I feel bad that the other guy is killing everybody, and he has no idea, no clue. And the girl is clueless to the history, so she has no idea what is actually happening to tell him or alert him because she could see. And
right.
so it's like it's frustrating in that sense, but I am enjoying getting all of the story and the details and the context to everything because you just don't get that in the show.
Yeah.
And so I've been liking that a lot in the book.
Yeah, for sure. It's good. It's good. It's still I mean, obviously this is the tragedy for a reason. All the sadness is like the only people that are allowed to be happy in this are, you know, are going to be Wei Ying and Lanchan. Like everyone else has to be miserable.
Yeah, basically.
It's like they're either miserable or dead. You know?
I mean, in reality, Wei and Lon, I mean, they had their fair share of
Oh,
sad,
absolutely.
tragic moments and horrible things happening.
Absolutely. Especially poor Lanchan who had to go, 13 years thinking he would never get to see Wei Ying again. And he was
Yeah,
gone
or
forever.
anything, all the guilt and feeling bad, and he sunk into alcoholism and drinking and doing bad things and breaking rules.
Because he missed the guy they let go. He didn't mean
He
to let
needed
go. He didn't want to
he
let
needed
go.
to feel close to him, and that was the only way he could do it.
But yeah, it's good stuff, guys. Good stuff. If you haven't read Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation, or you haven't watched Mode Out Sushi, I feel like I just have to talk about it every stream. Like, do it.
It's hard not to.
Because
I
it's
think
so
once
good!
I finish this volume, I am gonna stop and look at the comic and read through that, and then I'll pick up volume 3.
Well, I mean, that'll take you, like, not very
Yeah, an
long.
hour, maybe.
Especially, and then volume 2 comes out in early June, so yay, volume 2 of the comic.
I really like. I flipped through it just briefly the day I got it. It looks so nice.
Yes, and actually, our American edition is actually prettier than the Chinese edition. I was looking at a side to side comparison, and like our colors are so much more vibrant, and our pages are thicker and nicer, and our cover is nicer as well. So it's like theirs is slightly bigger, but ours is a higher quality product. So I'm pretty
I think
stoked
it'd be
about
cool
that.
to have one. of the Chinese version.
I mean, it would be cool to have just like every edition of it ever. That might be a goal of mine, but I especially really want the German covers. The German covers are so pretty.
They are
Ugh,
really pretty. I like
ugh.
looking at those on line.
Yep, they're beautiful. I love them.
Very nice.
But anyway, guys, yeah, Moratsushi. It's fantastic and it's so funny. So my buddy Sly, who is in here sometimes, she, I, Jesse and I got her addicted to Moratsushi as well. So she is fully addicted, and lots of people in her community are fully addicted. And almost every time she brings it up in my stream, I mean, in her stream, I just happen to be coming in, so I'm like, I have been summoned. And that happened again today. She was like, blah, blah, Moratsushi. And I was like, I'm here. Hello. And she just died laughing. She was like, how does that happen every time? I'm like, because it's my point to live is to spread the good word. Like, that's my reason in life.
I don't know if anything will ever beat it. I mean, I think if things come close. Things are good. I like them a lot. They're amazing, but I mean, nothing has ever, like, all the animes we've watched, anything we talk about, nothing comes close.
Right, and I never get tired of rewatching it either.
No,
like I show it, I literally show it in my Discord almost every 2 to 3 weeks on purpose because it's so good, and I'm already watching it in the background, so I was like, I'll just throw it on in Discord because I'm already watching it in the background of what I'm doing. So
I have to physically try and stay away from watching it because once I start, I won't watch anything else. I'll just watch that.
No,
Like,
I get it.
I
get it. It's just so good.
It's too hard. It's too good. I watched it twice back to back, and then Untamed and the reading. I mean, and I don't read, so like for it to get me into reading, I love the books. The books are really good. Granted, it takes me forever to get through them because I don't read all the time. My brain doesn't allow it, but when I do read, I'll sit there and I'll knock out quite a few pages. And I love it. It's really good. It's
I
a lot
know.
of fun.
I'm just proud of you becoming a reader because of it.
Yeah, I actually finished the whole book. I forget all the time that I actually finished the first book. I'm like, I'm on volume 2, right? I'm pretty sure it's volume 2.
But yeah, I am reading. Oh no, because it's green. There we go. I'm reading Scum Villain right now, and I'm really enjoying it. It's hilarious, because this is the comedy of the three. And the main character, Shen Cho, he is so funny because he has a lot of hilarious internal dialogue. Because this is an isekai, basically. Where he, spoiler, happens in the first page. He dies while he's writing a review for this story online, because it's an online published story that he read over the course of, like, I don't remember, it was like 3 or 4 years or something. It was something like, it was super long, but he like dies writing a poor review for it. He like chokes on a meat bun and gets, in Chinese literature they call it a transmigration novel. So this is considered transmigration because his soul has been transmigrated into the story. But so he has a lot of internal dialogue that is really funny because he is the quote unquote villain of the story, and he's like so the whole basis of the story is that he has to change the story so that he is not the villain and does not suffer an awful, terrible death at the hand of the lead character. So basically the premise is the fact that he succeeds so well that the main character is in love with him instead of having a harem like he originally has in the book. So that's the whole premise, and it's really funny, and it's really well written. Just like, I mean, it's the same author, so of course it's well written. But yeah, it's a good time. I find myself openly laughing out loud all the time, so I'm enjoying it.
Good to read.
It's
like I said earlier, I'll probably start that one next since you're reading it, and
and
then
like I
we
said,
can talk about
the
it as it goes
anime
through.
or the danhwa, I guess the danhwa is technically what it is available. There's only 10 episodes so far. They haven't announced season 2 yet. Like I said, the animation is not the worst thing I've ever seen. They actually do a really good job with the main people, but like side people who don't matter, it's like, ah, I see. They did not care to animate you as well because you are not important. And then the monsters straight up look like freaking old Clash of the Titans or like Jason and the Argonauts back in the day, which is cool because like claymated monsters, that was a genius, but they should not look like that now. But
Not today's era.
if anything, it's a really good introduction to the characters, which is basically why I watched it first, because I was like, I just want to knock this out of the park, so I have the characters introduced in my brain. It will just make reading the book a lot faster for me. So
Yeah, that
yeah.
would be nice. Does help a lot.
And like I was saying earlier, I've only got a couple episodes left, but I have been watching the Thousand Autumns Danhwa, which is obviously why I'm in the mood to read that book, is because I have been watching the Danhwa. And I'm excited to read the book because I feel like there's a lot missing information wise. And I will say that the translation, like the subtitles for this one, or the localization or whatever, is not as good as Modatsushi. Like, the translation and localization for Modatsushi is super good. Thousand Autumns, I'm like reading the subtitles and I'm like, that sentence didn't make a lot of sense. Or like, why would they
They're doing, like,
choose to
literal
use that
translations,
word?
and-
Like, that was a strange word to use. Like, But so basically, plot wise, I'm not completely lost, but I'm close. But I'm just here to watch all the interactions between what will be the main couple. I'm like, these character interactions are great. Do I have any idea what's going on in the overall story?
Hopefully
really.
the book translation is more clean.
Kopik is actually reading the book, and she says the book is fantastic and very good. She's like, I can see why you're lost in the anime. She's like, because she started the anime as well, and she's like, there's a lot that is like not talked about in the anime that they talk about in the book, and it makes way more sense. And I was like, oh good, I'm glad, because I really really want to read this one, and I want to make sure it's good, and it is. So I'm
Watch
excited.
the anime on mute and just watch.
But the voice acting is really good, so I wouldn't want to watch it on
figures.
mute. Like, I
Watching the
really
subtitles.
like the guy who plays Yan Wuxi, who is the we would call him the seme, or the quote unquote top in the couple. The pursuer, we'll say. His voice actor is real good. I like his voice a lot. But I also really like his character. He's kind of a jerk in a really like, wow, you are full of yourself. But he's really cool. So I'm enjoying it. I'm interested to see how the dynamic works, because the love interest / actual main character, he's like a really good and virtuous individual. So it's really interesting when you take these kinds of character dynamics and try to put them together as a couple. So I'm interested to see how that chemistry works eventually.
That would be cool to watch.
Yeah, I'm
I'll get
excited.
there.
Well, watch. I mean, I don't think we're gonna get a whole lot of that. I mean, there's been like some flirting from Yan Wuxi in the anime, but I think as far as the straight up romance is concerned, I'm just gonna get that out of the books.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they do too much. In the
They're
show.
just not allowed to. I mean,
Yeah.
we're lucky. I mean, we're lucky we get what we get in the animes. I will say, for Heaven Officials, since we're watching that this season, the flirtatiousness in that is way more overt. Like, and way more out in the open. So it was like almost shocking in comparison to Modatsushi. I was like, oh, Are they openly
No.
flirting? I'm so confused right now. Like, I'm here for it, but weird. Because I'm
That's
so used to
funny.
them not being able to. So, yeah. I think it's a difference in maybe companies because Tencent is the company that did like Modatsushi and Scum Villain, and Bilibili is the company that did Heaven Officials. So I'm wondering if it's a difference in company. Obviously, there's a limit that they still can't cross because China, but I feel like maybe this company is just pushing the limits a little harder. They're like, it's fine.
We'll do this. We'll just push
They'll
the
just flirt.
door
They
a
won't do
little.
anything, but we will make them flirt till the day ends. So it's really cool. I like it. But anyway, this is about ending time. We're technically basically on time because, well, no, we're not. We went 12 minutes over, but it's okay. We can pretend. It's not a big deal. But we covered a lot today.
If we didn't get distracted, we'd probably be on time.
It's true. But we covered a lot. We covered a lot. We covered everything we meant to. And of course,
Yep.
more, like, all, including pizza. We talked about pizza.
Go get the pizza.
But yeah, guys, thank you again for hanging out with Dupree and I. I'm gonna go ahead and give Dupree another shout out. If you are not following him, you should be. He's awesome, and I don't know what you guys are doing not following him. He's been replaying some Bloodborne lately after not playing for quite some time, so that's been fun. He's been doing a bunch of stuff off and on. You know, he's variety like myself. You should definitely scope him out. He has the ability to talk like I do, as you can see. So go in there and just talk about stuff. But yeah, I hope you guys have a great night, and I will have this up on my YouTube channel here in a couple of days, and maybe I'll write a sticky note to myself and remember to make it its own channel. I don't know. We'll see.
One day.
Did I do that right? No, I didn't. Is it just this? Aha! That's the right shout out. Command. That's the word I was looking for. But yeah. Thanks so much, Dupree, for hanging out with me tonight.
Thank you.
And chit-chatting anime.
Always.
I will say that the first episode for Skip and Loafer is out. It came out on the 9th. What day was the 9th? That was Sunday. So you have until Sunday for episode 2 to come out. So if you want to watch episode 1 before episode 2 comes out, you got till Sunday.
Probably watch it tomorrow just so I don't get too back to back. So I don't get too
far back. Yeah, and there you go.
especially
You can
this-
kind of use Skip and Loafer as like your timer for the other shows too. Like, oh, I watched Skip and Loafer. Now I need to watch Gundam, or now I need to watch Heaven Officials.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I happen to get ahead.
If you happen to get ahead on either of the others, it's fine. Just let me know so I can stay caught up to where you're at.
I'll make sure that I only talk about the 2 episodes that I was supposed to watch.
Got it. All right. Well, I hope you have a good night, my friend. For those of you who are sticking around, I'm going to take just a short break while I change over to Fire Emblem. And I'll be right back, guys. Bye. Good night, Dupree.
Bye.
Bye. Have fun on your vacation. Thanks for waiting while I took that break, guys. I am relieved. Let's see. Receive a set of engage weapon refining materials. You can now obtain bonus content from the eShop for free. Oh. Should we do that real quick? I feel like if I don't... Well, it might take too long to download. Probably not too long. No, wait, not wish list. No! Remove. No, take it off. Remove it. Mother of pearl. Free download. Return to software. Successfully downloaded. All right. Oh, that's right. We're in chapter 21. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. There's what, 27 chapters? Maybe 28 now because of that new content. Excuse me. Wow. You know, I just realized I don't know how to do. Let me check something really quick. I kept meaning to do this in between streams and I would forget. Let's see. Huh. Wrong buttons. You can tell I haven't played for a hot minute.
Divine One, we discovered this mysterious bracelet in southern Firene. There appear to be more of them enshrined on the islands off the coast. We should investigate.
There's an emblem inside this bracelet, all right. The presence inside is complicated.
Because there are 3!
I think I have the invocation. Lead us, Emblem of Rivals.
Yeah! Them's my babies! Cool. Okay, but
Finally, we're free. I am Emblem Edelgard.
Pleased to meet you. I am Emblem Dimitri.
I guess that makes me Emblem Claude. Hi there.
That must have been a crowded bracelet. Sorry, I should introduce myself. I'm the Divine Dragon. You're obviously not from Elios. May I ask what you're doing here?
Until recently, we were the guardians of another world. It seems we were moved somehow.
I get the feeling you've come to give me some sort of test.
No need for that. You were able to summon us. That is enough. And your timing is excellent. We were just growing weary of each other's conversation.
Speak for yourself. I thought Dimitri's stories were getting better with every telling.
Yes, the sarcastic interruptions kept increasing too. Coincidence, I'm sure.
You three all seem to be really comfortable with each other.
Appearances can be deceiving.
Really, Edelgard?
She's kidding. You can tell because her face looks exactly the same as when she's serious.
We have always been in competition. It will be refreshing to join forces.
I should explain. We were all students at the Officers' Academy, but we led different houses.
That's what you meant by competition.
Yes, we only truly came together for special events, like the Battle of the Eagle and Lion.
A traditional mock battle between the houses, to celebrate one another's strengths.
The real celebration was afterward. Our festivities got rather exuberant that night.
Dimitri looks pretty straight-laced, but don't let him fool you. Between you and me, he's like a force of destruction at a party. I'm surprised they didn't expel his whole house for those shenanigans.
Must have been quite a night.
You only just met him, so you can't tell if he's joking. Just ignore half of everything he says.
Come on, be fair. At least a third of what I say is worth hearing.
You do know a third is less than half, right?
I see we've gained some dependable allies.
Professor, you're here as well? Now I truly feel motivated. What an honor it will be to fight by your side.
If you're that honored, I'll have to make sure I'm at my best.
This little reunion reminds me of the day we first met the professor.
You mean that night our camp was attacked by bandits?
That's right. Only now, Claude won't be able to make any strategic retreats.
I guess we are sort of stuck together now, aren't we? I hate to say it, but we'll need to learn to get along better if we're fighting on the same side.
Yes, you will.
You
True.
tell him, Violet.
None of us can do all that we must on our own. But together, as part of this army, I think defeat is inconceivable. Maybe I sound arrogant, but I'm that confident in the skills our professor has taught us. Wouldn't you agree, my teacher?
Of course. I am proud of you all. This time, let us fight together to the end.
This time, let us fight together instead of against each other. Yay!
Let me say it formally. Our power is at your disposal. Please make the most of it.
Victory will be ours. Have no fear. We are here to help.
And if these two and their conventional tactics fail, maybe I'll show you a few tricks.
That's all very reassuring. Thank you. I'll do my best to help the three of you work together.
Do they function as one, switches off with fellow house? Okay, they do function as one emblem. Okay. Emblem Edelgard switches off with fellow house leaders Dimitri and Claude at random, providing access to a broad range of abilities. The sync skill Gambit changes based on which of the three house leaders is currently active. The engage weapon Amir can smash foes and deal bonus damage to dragons. The engage skill Combat Arts provides access to one of 3 different attacks at a cost to the unit's remaining engaged turns. The engage attack houses unite strikes with an axe, lance, and bow, increasing the chance of breaking an enemy. It is effective against flyers. I'm digging the, haha! You can travel to the Emblem Bracelets Island of the world. Haha! You can return to the main story anytime you like. Gotcha. Cool. Neat. I wish I'd remembered to look that up sooner. Oh. Pandreo's having his own, like, one-man party over here. Don't mind me. Alright, I'm gonna go around and get some sparklies. You know, our usual things that we do when we're here at the Somniel. You want a snack? Do you like rare vegetables? Oh yeah. Hold on, we're gonna go this way. The reverse way of the way that I wish every time I go up, wish this was a slide. Oh gosh. Making us dizzy with the camera again. Here we go. I always think I'm wearing a skirt, but I'm wearing Hakama. But from behind it, it definitely looks like a skirt if you don't know what you're looking at. I'm sure even from the front, it probably looks like a skirt if you don't know what you're looking at. Is this gonna be manure? Oh no, it's a pretty pebble. Meow. Bulberry's so cute. She's very sassy though.
Divine One, we have been getting reports lately of a strange presence coming from this well.
Oh yeah.
I have not been able to find anything unusual about it, but perhaps you should investigate.
I mean, I've been using it. I don't know what you mean. Oh, what? You don't have the You do not have to complete it all at once. You can return to the world of the main story between chapters if you like. The Fell Xenologue also has a difficulty setting separate from that of the main game. Is this something that I want to play after or later? I don't even know. Well, maybe we'll not do it tonight, but I will look into it and see if it's something we want to do. Like, is that the kind of thing I want to do after I've done all the other gameplay? Or is that something I want to do before I finish the game? I don't know. Someone... Oh, this...
Well, look who it is.
This old guy has a support convo with me, but it's fine. Hold on, I just want to give one of my best boys a gift.
Thanks.
Wait, I think I have something else you would like. Hold on. Oh, I thought I had something muscle related. I got this pretty art.
Thanks.
Okay, not your favorite thing. That's fine. I tried. Corin. Mew. Aw, nuts. Mew. Wait, no. Down. Down. Orangey. Okay. We'll go ahead and rest. Oh, let's do a meal? Oh.
Walking is a fine.
It's lovely up. Oh, welcome.
Order meal. Oh no, I forgot I had him. I always forget about those spare meals. Let's see. I have everything for this. Says they both like it. Should we add a rare vegetable?
Shall I prepare a 3-course meal?
Just
a single dish, is it? I'll start by... Wait, is this right? think this dish is fit for a banquet.
It tastes good. Nicely done.
Can we just...
A solid meal to build solid muscles.
Here.
I just want to be a threesome. Oh, no. I don't even know who to give the trio to. Guys, should I give them to Alir for a little while? I don't know. But then who would I give Corin to? Oh, jeez. I could give Corin to Clan right now.
Lady Corin!
I'm ready.
And then we'll give the trio to
Edelgard!
Count on me.
Diamant for a little while. Not Diamant. Who am I? Alir. I feel like because theirs is a bracelet, he should be able to wear two. Just saying. Alright, let's go do some training. Standard! Oh, you know what? He's actually really close.
Let's have a good match.
Let's have a good
Goldberry,
match.
humble soldier of Illusia. Impressive.
Somehow I won.
I don't know why you're surprised. Oh, that wasn't quite enough to level him. Another!
No holding back.
Come, pray with me. Forgive me. My performance was sinful.
Somehow I won.
Conversation available. Nice. Who else is close to leveling? Oh, that's right. Fram's freaking maxed. Oh, Seedal's really close.
I'm Cedo. Let's begin.
Kagetsu, at your service. Come, show me your skill. Well-earned victory.
Yeah, I didn't think Seedal was gonna be able to do anything against Kagetsu. Oh, that's a good level for him, though. As far as, like, how many things leveled up. Emblem. Alir. Oh, that's right, we got Celica back! Oh! That means I need to change who Corin's with. Oh, wait, they're the same, but they're different? My boy.
Let's have a good match.
I'm Dimitri. Let us grow strong together. It seems I still have training to do.
Somehow I won.
It's fine, we just got you. It's okay.
Hey, Claude. I've heard you're called the Master Tactician.
I think they
I'd
do
love
too,
to get
Jackie.
some pointers.
Wow, so serious right off the bat. Okay, set your sword aside for a bit. We'll walk and talk.
I love how I just fought Dimitri, but we talked to Claude. Because they're all the same. Yeah, they're all a part of the same item. So I imagine they level the same. So maybe each level of conversation will be a different one. That makes sense. Oh no, I have to rethink my strategy. Because I was gonna give Corin to him, but maybe I will give Celica to Ivy. And I can have 2 mages on the field? I don't know, it's hard.
Do you think me a worthy opponent?
Celica, warrior priestess.
I love Celica.
It takes a lot of work to be that strong.
Lucky, I suppose.
Makes sense, makes sense.
The way you emblems glow and float around. You're not actually ghosts, are you?
Oh yeah, because Ivy's afraid of ghosts.
I don't feel like a ghost, but now that you mention it, I don't know.
I do love Celica. Oh, I don't think I have enough to do another one of those. It's fine. Alright, now we shall go rest. Oh, hold on, I gotta look at rings. Hold on. That's right, I have her with Micaiah. Let's go ahead and...
Celica, of course.
do that. I wish you would just, like, show me classes that they can do. Oh. She can do that one now. That's what we are. My defense and my strength would go down, but I could increase those. She's max level, so I did want to change that. No, I didn't realize her hit points were gonna go down. It's okay, it was only 2. It was only 2. It's alright. We'll bring him back up. Curses. Like someone else was max level. Aha! It's Vander. Good night. Alright, good night. Kopic, thanks so much for lurking. I really appreciate it. I'll see you tomorrow. Rest well. Good luck. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you get some good sleeps. No, sweetie. No, I'm not going to hold you right now. What? don't really want to... Gosh. There's like no good improvements for him. Like, could make him a general. Bunch of stuff goes down. Yeah, like, man. Some stuff goes up on this one, but some stuff goes down. But a Great Knight might not be a terrible pick for him. He's already a paladin. Could make him a flying unit. Have any unit you choose to bring to battle at a set level and in class per chapter. Okay, gotcha, gotcha. Kind of like... That kind of reminds me of the DLC, like the Ashen Wolves DLC. Maybe we'll make him a flying unit too? I mean, that way he's at least gaining levels. Sure. A couple things go down, but it's not, like, really terrible. Alright, get off your horse and get on a wyvern. Oh, nice, nice. That is good. Man, those pauldrons are just ridiculous. I felt that way about Alir too, because he's the same class. Cool. Let's look at support combos. Sure, whatever, we'll talk to these guys. Whatever.
Are you ready to begin, Divine One?
I think so, Lyndon.
What am I beginning?
I do want to double check one last thing. This experiment will somehow result in making people's lives easier and happier, right?
Absolutely, Divine One. What I learned by examining you is certain to lead to a new discovery or three. I anticipate very interesting results relating to quality sleep.
So this is the Hanneman of the group, but Hanneman was more handsome.
Quality sleep?
You dozed for 1,000 years, after all. It's fair to say no one has ever slept more soundly than you. Maybe we'll find out why.
Do you really think that's likely?
Pretty sure that was...
I most certainly do.
Spell-induced.
This could be a godsend for those who struggle with insomnia.
I hadn't thought of that. All right, sure. I'd love to help with your experiment.
I greatly appreciate it, Divine One. The first step is to cast thunder on you a few times to see how your body reacts. You'll grow numb to the pain soon enough, but your hair may not survive the experience.
You know, I've changed my mind. Sorry, but you'll have to find another test subject.
Even his music is kind of creepy.
Ah, Divine One. Just the dragon I was hoping to see. I could use a favor.
Oh? What kind of favor?
I'm hosting a party soon, and I'd like for you to be there.
at our church, you're the center of our everything. Our deity. I think your attendance would really raise everyone's spirits.
Tell me more about this party. What is it going to be like?
Oh, nothing formal. Just an occasion to sing, dance, and have a good time. You can blow off some steam and lend an ear to the other guests. Hear their stories.
That sounds fun, but what does my listening to people have to do with anything?
Don't you see? It would be incredibly encouraging to everyone. The first time I saw you with my own eyes was like seeing the light.
You're coming on a little strong.
Excuse me. Got a little intense there, didn't I? Anyway, it's short notice, so there's no need to let me know right away. But I'll tell you, I don't throw so-so parties. If I'm hosting it, you know it'll be a blowout.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Thank you, Divine One.
I feel like his voice doesn't suit him, but that's okay. I feel that way about Amber's voice too. I love Amber's design and like his character concept, but I just am not a fan of his voice. Maybe when I do the Japanese playthrough. Do I want them to be A-ranked together? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because Alcrest doesn't romantically hook up with anyone. Sad. I wanted him to romantically hook up with me. Yeah, maybe in the Japanese playthrough.
I'd like to apologize once more for our conversation the other day. I really should have considered your feelings before asking about your past.
It didn't bother me, and you didn't do anything wrong.
I've been thinking about your stories since then. I had assumed the caravan lifestyle was all fun and games, but that's not true, is it?
No. Fun isn't the right word. That life can be brutal beyond compare. I watched friends die during raids, and worse.
There must have been so many hardships. And yet I assumed it was a life of leisure. If I had looked past my own desires for even a moment before speaking. I really am sorry.
Oh, Prince Alcrest, like I said, you've done nothing wrong. Yes, bad things happened while I was traveling with the caravan. But good things happened too.
Good night, Jackie. Rest well.
Good things. The caravan was my family and my home. I
hope
count
you start
myself
feeling
lucky
more
to have lived
better.
that life.
I'm very glad to hear that.
So please, do not hesitate. Ask as many questions as you like. Ask me about the strange and wonderful foods I tasted for the first time at the border village, or about the morning sun I watched set the sky on fire as it rose over the desert oasis. There are so many questions I hope you ask, and so many stories I hope to tell you.
Your tales mesmerize me, Seadoll. I can't wait to get lost in them again. Please, tell me a new one, and another after that. Tell me stories until the break of dawn.
With pleasure, Prince Alcrest.
Okay. So, if I could be with Alcrest, this conversation would actually really upset me. But because I can't be with him, I kind of ship this. So many conversations are great. Like, have you listened to any of the conversations between Alfred and Diamant? They're so gay for each other. Diamant and Kagetsu have a conversation. Alright. I'm here for it.
Prince Diamant, I must see your skill. Let us duel.
A duel? Sounds like fun.
Good night,
I don't believe we've had
Sly.
a proper sparring match yet.
Rest
have we?
well.
You are easy to convince. Good.
You like to train, right? I have a pretty rigorous routine
So
myself.
much gay in this
I
one.
just got done sprinting up and over 3 local mountains. A duel sounds like a nice cooldown.
Mountains? 3 mountains?
All right, Kagetsu.
Hard
Give me
save.
everything you've got.
I cannot.
What? Why?
Much as I long to challenge you, it would not do to face you in this state. It would not be satisfying to win merely because you are tired.
So you won't challenge me unless I'm fresh out of bed? A win is a win, so let's duel.
No, I cannot allow it. I have been raised to prize honor above victory. That is my homeland's way.
Because
Win or
I
lose,
am Japanese.
It is essential to uphold standards of dignity and fairness. We
Oh,
must
thanks.
be like
I
cherry
adore you.
blossoms,
Rest
blooming
well.
only at appropriate times.
Ah, I see. That is an admirable philosophy. Let's consider our duel postponed.
Thank you. I know it was I who extended this invitation. I appreciate your understanding.
I'll make sure I'm rested and at full strength next time. I won't hold anything back.
Excellent. I look forward to this fine contest.
The siblings. Well, more siblings. There's a lot of siblings in this
Okay,
game.
Clan. Spill it. What are you sulking about?
Isn't it obvious? The pamphlets. I can't believe I was too chicken to hand them out. I don't deserve to call myself a fan.
Clan, does every fiber of your being course with passion for the Divine One?
I didn't realize that the mic was picking this up great. Oh no.
I mean, yeah. You know that.
So, there you have it. You're a fan, plain and simple.
But...
Being a fan isn't about what you do. It's about what you feel.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Gray. You know what, Fram, this is an excellent point. It's not about what you do, it's about what you feel. If you are intensely passionate about something, that's all you need to be. You don't have to have all of the merchandise for something. You don't have to be, like, loud about something you love. I mean, it's fun to be loud about something you love. For example, that's how I convert so many people to Modatsushi. But, it's just about how you feel.
If you've got that sweet, dragony passion in your heart, you're a Divine Dragon fan.
Huh. Yeah. You're right. You're right! And you know what? I'm gonna try again. I will pass out those pamphlets.
I will!
But first, I think we better make a few changes.
What, right now?
Right now. You said it yourself. Being a fan is about passion. Where's the passion? We should write about our experiences with the Divine One, so our enthusiasm comes across. There aren't enough illustrations either. Let's ask for help from someone who can draw. And the interview needs... more. We didn't even ask if the Divine One prefers red or blue.
Wow. Look at you, all motivated and stuff. That's the hard-working brother I know and love. These are gonna be the best pamphlets ever. President Clan, let's get to work.
It would be my honor, President Fram.
Hey, Nocturne! Back to JRPG Baldur's Gate. Yeah, I mean, we've been actively playing it for a while. I have just been gone a lot, so there hasn't been a lot of streams. And, like, on Sunday, I was drawing instead of playing video games, so, yeah. Damn, Clan sets off my parental instincts. I want to sit the boy down at a kitchen counter and make him pancakes while I ask him about how school was going. Right? He's so precious. I love Clan. And I love his new outfit. Ugh, I'm here for it. He's got a combo with Kagetsu. Sure, why not? I love Clan.
No, this is not right. Perhaps if I...
Hello, Kagetsu.
Wait.
Fram!
Oh.
You...
I thought we were on Clan still. We're on Fram.
Did you just hide something real quick? What were you doing in here?
No, absolutely not. I have never hidden things.
Wow, are you a terrible liar? If you're not hiding anything, you won't mind if I look around.
No, Fram, do not look.
Hmm? What's this paper? Oh, wait. Is this a letter?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Here, take it back. I didn't read any of it.
It is okay. I had not truly started, so there is almost nothing to read.
You're writing a letter after all? You were so against it before.
I felt compelled to take up pen and paper, only now that I have, I do not know how to begin. I do not know what to write.
Oh, don't be silly. Just tell them what's happened to you lately. They want to know you're still alive. I'll help you out if you want. Just write to them, okay?
Fran, you are most kind. To concern yourself with me and my family in this way is exemplary. Thank you. With your support,
it is pretty
I
cute.
will face this blank page and roundly defeat it.
Kagetsu's style, though, just constantly reminds me of Fire Emblem Fate's Rebirth, and I just want to play that. Wow, we have so many combos right now, guys. I've been playing this game for almost an hour, and we haven't even got to battle yet. I do love combos between these two, though, just because it's so awkward.
Oh, gosh. Oh, jeez. What kind of horrible thing is he going to make me do? What if he wants me to be an accomplice to a crime? I can't do it. I can't accomple.
The moment is upon us, clan. You must instruct me in the art of pickles.
Huh?
Pickles, clan. I must learn them. You must teach them to me. Whispers abound that your prowess in the way of pickles is unmatched. Is this not so?
Selcom wants him to teach him how to pickle. That's amazing. Fates is so good. I really, 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 really love Fates. My favoriteest Fire Emblem. Selcom is officially my favorite. Oh, man.
No, that's true. I do really like making pickles. So, the skill I have that you need is pickling? That's a relief. I thought you were going to ask me to do something, I don't know, sinister.
I assure you, my pickle aspirations are not nefarious. Now dispense with the japes, if you would be so kind. This is a serious matter. I have recently taken up a pursuit of the culinary arts.
Oh, you started cooking? That's nice. I think that's wonderful.
I have mastered numerous dishes, but a certain sauce with minced pickles eludes my grasp. My technique requires refinement.
Couldn't you just, buy some pickles from the market?
And soar to greatness on stolen wings? Absolutely not. The pickles will be mine.
Ah, and that's where I come in. Okay, sure. I'd be happy to teach you anything you want to know about making pickles.
Marvelous.
So, since I'm teaching you, I trust you'll be a good pupil?
Of course. The fate of my sauce is at stake.
That was a 5-star conversation, guys. That's all there is to it. 5-star combo. 10 out of 10 would recommend. Oh, man. Too funny. Yeah, what do you have? It covers a vast amount. I think I have a couple of those though, yeah. Restore, remove status effects. Okay, I've got 4 of those. Oh no, she's got 4 of those. High-strung overachiever takes himself entirely too seriously, friend I would love to hang out with. He's pretty cool. Okay, I see. I do have a couple of those. Okay. I've got 1 recover. I do like rescue. That's actually a really good ability. Silence is pretty good.
Do come again.
Oh wait, I don't have enough to do that yet. Oh, hey. Oh, that's right. Claude's standing there because I no longer have Cordon on Alir. I have Corin on Clan. Is that mouse a good pillow, Cheddar? He's laying on my work desk and he's got his little head resting on my mouse. Let's first study the history of cinema to gain a deeper understanding of movie theory. We'll want to stake out the popcorn stand to identify optimal popcorn timing. And he would just keep talking like that while I put him in the car and took him to a movie. That's probably accurate. It is fourth phase of matter, insignia telling the crew of the Starship Enterprise to start proceeding. How's it going, Calypso? Good morning.
If you're not awake yet, I'll train while I wait.
It's my boy, Alfred.
Right. Now to work these arms. Oh, good morning. If you're too tired to get up, I could always carry you.
Yes, please.
It'd help my workout, so you'd actually be doing me a favor.
I don't know. I mean, I would be okay if Alfred carried Alir, but I just don't know if his... Like, I know he works out a lot, but he's got kind of a small body. But you know, it could all be muscle. Could all be muscle, and he could surprise me. Who knows? Ned's immediate response: uppies! Yes, full send. Sparkles all over his screen. I meant to cook. I think that's just to signify, like, early morning grogginess. Oh my gosh, look at Lapis's outfit! Lapis is so cute. Oh.
This grass looks edible.
Slays me. Wait, hold up. Who are you? Oh, it's Pendreo. I just didn't recognize his outfit. I haven't looked closely enough at his casual outfit. I didn't know who it was. I was like, what? Who did? Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba, ba-da, ba, ba-da, ba. It's from distressingly powerful dosage of sleep medication Alir uses to get a decent night's sleep. Oh no! Okay. This is a paralog? The combination of upper coat and skirt is a bit jarring to me. Do you mean Alir's outfit? Like the main character? Because
There's
it's
something about this island. It's like a magical energy.
The Seabound Shrine was located in a place quite similar to this.
What kind of place was that?
It sat in the Novus Strait, off of Zofia. There was an altar to the goddess Milla in a cave.
I wonder if that means there's an altar here, too.
Okay, yeah.
This place
That's
reminds
Alir.
me of those days. I'd just begun to experience life. I was so set on how I thought the world should be that I failed to heed my allies' advice.
That doesn't seem like you. Not to me, at least.
Back then, I visited Milla's temple, hoping to learn of a way to save my homeland. Then we discovered there was a necro-dragon on the island. That thing could have killed us all. And we'd already fought a band of pirates. Saying it now, I realize how reckless we were.
It sounds to me like you were helping people as you traveled.
So, would you have chosen the same as I did?
Of course. I couldn't ignore anyone in need, no matter how dangerous the situation might be.
I know you wouldn't. You're courageous and strong. That's why we're here.
I suppose I don't understand. What do you mean?
This is where you will face your trial. Defeat me in combat, and our bond will grow stronger. Now take up your weapon, and let's see where your courage can take you.
I understand, and I'm going to win.
Gonna win. Yeah. Guys, I had such a productive day today. I feel really good about it. I got up earlier than I normally would. And so I had breakfast earlier and I did my workout and I got to read and I got to edit Dungeons and Cuties for Copic. And then I worked. I tried to do productive things while I was working, but you know, whatever. Oh no, I can't use all my units. It's so frustrating. I hate it when I can't use all my units.
The preparations for battle are complete. Let's begin.
Alright, sounds good, Griffin. Get some good rest. I hope that you sleep well. Thanks for hanging out.
See the summoner? If we don't take them down quickly, things could get rough.
Okay, I'll take him down quickly. You better believe it.
I'll do my best.
Hold up. I should have made Cedal so much closer to him.
I'm ready.
Darn. Can't actually hit anyone with that yet.
Understood.
I am ready to serve.
You called?
Oh yeah, I put him on Aware of It.
Understood.
Give me strong foes.
For the Divine Dragon!
We fight for peace.
The choice is yours.
Come at me! Oh.
Emblem, engage!
Ta-da! Get him!
I'm not a child anymore.
Correct. You are not. You are quite manly.
Here I go!
I was gonna say, his hair isn't gonna change at all, because he already has that color of hair.
I've decided.
Boom, baby. Just makes his hair more white.
Emblem engage.
Dude, that's amazing, Callisto. That's so cool. That's exciting. I'm happy for you. Like, that sounds awesome.
Emblem, engage.
Ooh, that's right, new engage. Oh. Let's see how the food is, though. That's true. Hopefully it's delicious.
I must stay focused.
Here, we'll do this. Fire. Nice. We'll use Seadoll's dance ability to make him do that again.
You're too kind to me.
Oh, that's really cool, Callisto. Yeah, they're probably trustworthy then when it comes to that. Their opinions matter.
Won't you join me?
Guess we'll use Great Ether. Well, Aether. Great Aether. It's not Ether, it's Aether.
Emblem, engage.
Let's see. Go ahead and take that guy out.
Now I have you.
I cannot retreat now.
My muscles are yours.
Let's see. Crit's pretty high. Ooh. This one.
No. I will protect you.
Nice. Let's...
You and me, let's do this.
Yes, Groot. You are not wrong. He doesn't need much. So we'll wait. OMG, no way! Yes, come in. Soup in quotation marks because it is more solid than liquid because it is so packed with ingredients. Nice.
Run while you can.
Wait, am I actually correct for once? Well, I mean, no, because we're playing Fire Emblem, not Super Smash Bros. I was just being sarcastic to your sarcasm. Alright. Oh, I can't fire there. But I could... Oh, but I would hit him. Never mind. It's fine, we'll just move ahead.
Emblem, engage!
Well, I mean, there is Roy in this game. Is there Marth? So it must be Super Smash Bros. Right, because it didn't come from anything else before Smash Bros. Hmm. Neum. Go AFK for a bit? Alright, no worries, Callisto.
You'll get no sympathy from me.
Lee gasp! I had no idea! We'll use Seedall.
Thank you.
Why do we repeat our mistakes?
Is it originally from, and obviously not from King Freak? Correct.
I am guided by the emblems.
Ooh, got some money, yeah. Whoa, hold up, is that Celica?
I won't flinch.
Hold up.
This is my fight. I've looked forward to this day.
We got money? Can I have some? Sure, if you have the ability to spend Fire Emblem currency. I kind of want to go back. Anything is possible with the power of love and family. Nice. Boom.
You seem quite happy, Alfred.
I was thinking how you've been in Firene all this time, but you've never seen how strong we are.
Well, you're awfully full of confidence.
It's hard not to be when you already know you're gonna win the battle.
Oh, alright, Alfred.
Raise your sword!
You can't quite get close enough to do anything.
So fierce.
Woo! And back. Welcome back. Big question here, since, you know, Anna Weebs and
The victory
Mangoos.
is yours. That was very well done.
Thank you, Celica.
You grow stronger, along with the power of your bonds. Keep forging deeper connections with your allies as you fight this war. Do that, and you will have the strength you need to save this world.
I understand, and I'll do my best to strengthen the bonds I have, and forge new ones if I can.
Once you've used that strength to bring peace, it will be your kindness that you will lean on. With kindness, you can build a world where no one hurts for the sake of hurting.
Do you really think that's something I can do?
Oh, the road will be long and treacherous. But you're just the person to make the journey.
Oh, sorry, Groot. I was watching my game. I know of Seven Deadly Sins, but I haven't watched it or read it. I know what it is. I have some friends that are really into it, but it's not one that I have tried yet.
If you say so, Celica. I suppose there's no choice other than to try.
Well, keep doing your best. We'll bring kindness back to the world.
Yes, we will.
So I can't ask you to how to correctly pronounce the name of the serpent sin of envy. I mean, I could look it up. Let's see. Let's see. Well, without just looking at her name, At first glance, it makes you think Diane, but it's not spelled right. Like, it's like... Like, if I were going with Japanese pronunciation, I'd say Diane. But I don't know. IDK. Vault of Endless Knowledge. That's a lot of knowledge to know. Like, that's so much. Buckwheat Bertha. Calissa wants to know more about Buckwheat Bertha from Sister Act. I do. Alright. Another stream where I said her name was pronounced Deanne. Yeah, I can see how that would be Deanne. Or Diane, or I don't know. I mean, could you just look at a clip from the anime where someone says her name? Oh, hold on. Hold up. More like Diane. Layside. Like the duck? Psyduck. I'm sorry that I have not seen or read Seven Deadly Sins. Wait, is this also a paralog? Yes. All the paralogs.
Look at this place. Oh my. It can't be. It's impossible.
What's wrong, Erica?
It's impossible.
This looks almost exactly like... I'd swear to you, this is where everything changed forever.
Changed? How so?
I was a member of the royal family of Renee. Our close neighbors, the Grotto Empire, were our allies for centuries. Then, with no hint of warning, the Grotto Empire invaded.
That must have been difficult, if you were allies for so long.
As the royal family, my brother and I fought together with our friends to protect our people. The final conflict took place right here. I know things only look similar, but it's very much like being back there.
You don't have to go on. I understand that it's a painful memory.
I lost a very dear friend that day.
But you didn't lose hope. You fought on, even when faced with losing
The
a
Fire
friend.
Nation attacked.
Would you spar with me? Here? Everything I feel about that day is bound up. My heart is full of grief. Perhaps fighting here will help overcome that. Though that sounds like my brother's thinking.
I would be glad to spar with you. However, I don't plan on losing.
Well, you wouldn't last long if you didn't try to win. And if you do win, then our bonds will only become stronger.
Let's go, baby. Alright, unit selection. Oh, that's the ring that we're fighting, so...
Celica, let's go!
Oops. My country is going to legalize weed for personal use. Oh, yeah? In our country, it's a state-to-state decision. I am also not a consumer.
I am full of vigor.
I do know that
Your steward's ready.
it helps a lot of people.
I'm ready.
Now I'm angry.
Right, they're very similar. They're very similar.
Me?
Hmm. Maybe not you yet.
All right.
What's our move?
I'm at 100%.
Shall we dance?
Yes. No!
Ha, what a pick-me-up!
Yeah, I agree, Calypso. I would absolutely 100% rather deal with a stoner than a drunk. What am I doing?
You're too kind to me.
With the weed-induced munchies, that's... I mean, you're not wrong. Gets into sword fight. No, not that kind of dance. Exactly. I mean, in Three Houses, that's basically the dancer. That's true. I mean, that's basically what Seadoll is. Well, no, I mean, the dance... I feel like the dancer in Three Houses might be more martial?
Let us be off.
But I don't know. I guess we'll find out. I really just used the dancer to freaking dance.
Right? Emblem engage!
Oh, I didn't actually mean to engage yet. It's fine. Oh well, here we are. Here we are! Come at me, bruh.
As your steward.
I hear you.
Emblem engage.
she's so pretty with Celica. I love that.
Not about to stop. I trust in you.
Nice. The advantage of you choosing so you could pick someone with good physical growth like Hilda and turn her into... Yeah. Yes, I absolutely agree with that. I am sad that my dancer... No! For real? We're gonna have to go back. I am sad that my dancer is limited to one person. Like... Which is honestly how some other ones have done it. Because, like... I believe it was Fates. There's only one person that could be a dancer. And that was Azura. Is it a private dancer? Dancing for money? No, they dance for everyone for free. Oh, that's right. It was he. Okay, I get it now. I get your reference now. Groot. Wait, I think I have to go this way.
I won't forget you.
Hiya!
So your tale ends.
Come on. Haha! You missed me.
I did it right.
Please, critical. Yeah.
Emblem, engage!
Well, that's fine. Haha!
Not a worry.
Stand down or perish.
Stand down! Or perish. Well, it might miss me.
Pardon me?
Aha! It did.
Forward to this day.
Did miss me.
still fight.
Heal. Let's engage.
Grant me strength.
My apologies. Be gone.
Be gone.
Allow your soul the rest it deserves.
Nice.
Ha! I'm back in action. Emblem, engage. If this love is a crime,
He never finishes his sentence there, and I wish he did.
I see no gaps in your defenses, but that doesn't mean you'll win easily.
Get him.
I will protect you.
Nice.
Pay attention.
Bread rolls, but I also have half a cheesecake.
Did that?
I'm going to get lunch at a restaurant today, so I want the cheesecake as breakfast and then later the bread rolls as dinner, or vice versa. I say cheesecake for breakfast. Cheesecake for breakfast, yeah! So delicious and yummy.
Lend me your strength.
But if I eat it as dinner, it counts as kind of dessert for the restaurant lunch. Oh, that's true. Alright, rolls for breakfast. Cheesecake for dinner.
Pardon me.
I trust in you.
I'm a roll a die. Good idea.
Let's go.
Even breakfast, odds lunch. Wait, for which? The cheesecake or the roll? Okay. Ooh. Nine. Odds. Alright. Save it for later. And with lunch, I meant dinner. I figured. So, bread rolls is now. Rolls now! Cheesecake later.
This is my fight.
I had waffles with whipped cream with bananas for dinner. It was delicious.
Let us become one. As if I would lose now. A good win.
Woo! Hmm. Nice. This guy at 5 really is something else. I'm just glad that it keeps you occupied and you like it. Even if you don't like the writing or the art style, at least you like the gameplay. Oh, she's on the move.
Don't stand in my way. Have at you.
Aether didn't work because no one came over to him.
Lend me your strength.
I'm attempting my hand at Breath of the Wild, and it is hard. Oh, I've never played that one. To be fair, though, I haven't played very many Legend of Zelda games. I've only played the original on the NES, and I've played Wind Waker. That's it. That's all I've done.
Fighting you here, it feels so strange.
I feel it too. Facing you like this is making me stronger.
You've been strong from the start. Now, show me you have the skills to back up your strength.
I'll strike you down. Your defeat was inevitable.
That sounds really interesting, Calypso. So I've spent the last few days being trapped in this item leveling loop. Oh. Like, all I do is level the items.
I'm still alive? Huh.
Darn, I was hoping for a crit. You didn't get it. That's okay.
And so, I am defeated.
Ooh, Clan got to be the MVP. That's nice.
You've gotten stronger. You might even be able to defeat Ephraim, my brother.
Thank you. I guess you've always relied on your brother, haven't you?
I wouldn't... I mean...
Oh man,
we're
Calypso.
siblings, and we always need one another's support.
I guess I hadn't thought of it that way. You should know that I rely on you, Erica. I trust your opinions and your skills.
Thank you. I just want to be a help to your cause, the same as others helped me. I'm so very happy to be part of this, and to help all of you.
You've saved me so often. I'm starting to think I'd be lost on my own.
You should have more confidence. As long as we both trust in our own skills, we can be there to support one another.
That sounds good to me. I hope you'll continue to be with us, Erica.
I hope so too. I'm sure you can save this world.
Woo! Well, you can't come over here either. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna take like a 30-second break to feed my cats. I'll be right back. I'm not even gonna change screens. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna go to BRB or anything. I'm back. Did I say 10 seconds? I'm pretty sure I said something like 30. Bing, bing, bing. I'm just doing it in sets of 3. Oh, gotcha. I see. Oops. I feel like... Hmm. This is the main story, but I don't want to go there yet, actually. Hold on, let me double check something. Complete the divine paralogue of the doting sister. Well, I'm looking at how to get to a certain paralogue. Okay, but that's the map, but how do I unlock that paralogue? Coverage event. Uh-huh. Victory condition defeat. I just want to know how to get to the divine paralogs. How do I open the divine paralogs map? Sorry guys, I want to know how to do this. Divine Paralogs are unlockable side missions that players can tackle after buying the DLC. Right, I have that. Right, I have the trio. These Divine Paralogs reward the player. However, some of the Divine Paralogs are more challenging than others. Okay, but how do I get to that? Here in Shadow Dragon and Awakening. This can be played anytime. Players will head to a separate location. Once at the Divine Paralog Islands, players will quickly find the White Dragon Tiki. Okay, but how do I get to the islands? How to get to the... Okay. Oh, I've been reading so long that went dark. Liter of oat milk instead of dairy milk. Oh, and it tastes really good. Oh, nice. Good. I'm glad it tastes good. I would feel really bad if, like, it didn't. Especially since you got it on accident. Let's see. Let's look at fast travel. I think I can only fast travel to places I've been. Hold on. That's just a skirmish, though. Oh, wait, hold on. Aha! This is where I was trying to go. World map. Divine Paralogs.
Here we are, the island south of Firene.
Yes,
I
divine
definitely
pair
feel
of
the presence
clogs.
of an emblem.
That looks like an altar over there.
With a bracelet resting on top of it. Must be the emblem inside I'm sensing. Yes.
Oh, I got you, Callisto.
What is it, Divine One?
I think an invocation just came to me. I'll try summoning the emblem now. Dreamwell, emblem of dragons!
Bird dragon.
Marmar? No. Excuse me. But who are you?
I'm the Divine Dragon. We came here because I sensed your presence.
Divine Dragon? Why, that's what I am too. My name is Emblem Tiki. I must thank you for waking me. I feel I've been asleep for a very long time.
I can relate to that, Tiki. Do you happen to remember anything from before your sleep?
I know my bracelet friends and I were all somewhere, very far away. We fought in so many battles. I cannot recall how they ended. I do remember someone very gentle helping me to sleep. I wonder who it was.
Someone gentle.
I was kept asleep in my former world too. It was to protect me, but I was still quite frightened. But then Mama made it so that I didn't need to sleep anymore.
Do you mean Marth? Are you talking about events from the time of the Hero King?
You know him?
I do. Emblem Marth has been a guardian of Elios for a long time. If you'd be willing to join him in fighting to save this world, we'd be very grateful.
I would love to join your group. Traveling with so many new friends sounds like fun. But if I'm to join you, I'd like to see what drives you to fight. Will you show me your essence?
Of course. How do we do that?
Why, that's easy. You can battle against me. Then I'll know your true nature.
Yes, Groot.
And you don't need to hold back. I am really quite strong.
I don't know if we'll have to fight her dragon form, but we do have to fight her. I wonder how they decided which characters they were going to put in this game, like as far as the emblems were concerned. Like with some of them it makes sense because they're like main protagonists, but like as far as the DLC characters, I wonder how they decided that. Oh, I only get 8.
Lady Erica!
Using a wheel spinny thing. I mean, I feel like that with some of the side characters that they
Now then,
chose.
show me your strength. These doors are protected by a powerful force.
These sigils are the only way to unseal the doors. Do your best to reach me.
Perhaps it would be wise to head for that sigil first.
Alright. Only 8 of us, huh? I think we'll get to this hallway and then we'll split into 2 groups. Lol, looking at the milk carton. Oh.
As you wish.
The stage is mine.
Thank you.
One side of it, infrequently asked questions. Not frequently asked ones, infrequently asked ones.
I'm sorry.
Me? Okay.
I won't lose.
Boom, baby. Do I need to practice or prepare for oat drink? Oh, shoot.
I'll do my best.
That's pretty funny. I'm trying something new for the first time, like swag bouncing or oat drink. It's natural to want to succeed.
Understood.
Oh, man.
I am ready to serve. I'm ready.
Rude. Hiya!
Stop you.
Nice.
This ice is rather slippery. We could use it to hasten our step, so long as we are careful.
Oh. Luckily, oat drink is not swag. That's in a number of ways. Almost notably, not being an internet dance phenomenon that demands rhythm coordination and a vlogger tripod setup. And it goes on. This is fellow kids done right, in my opinion. They just won themselves a repeat customer. That's amazing. Oh, shoot. Too funny. Don't ask me why I felt like that was helpful, but I did.
That helps.
I have no clue what swag bouncing is. Me neither.
That helps.
I have no idea what that is. That milk carton seems to know, though.
I won't forget you.
Darn, was hoping for a crit. Stays good longer than dairy milk, so I can lower my consumption because I don't have to use it up as much time. Balances out. Oh, nice. That's good. Darn. Was hoping for a crit.
As your steward. The strength of the stewards.
The strength of the stewards. Nice.
I can't believe I did that.
My boy.
You're too kind to me.
I feel like this map is gonna take a hot minute. Oops. Not what I meant to do, but that's okay.
I'm sorry. I thought I was done for.
Oh! Alright, let's see.
Emblem, engage!
I'm back in action.
Okay.
Emblem, engage!
I'm not a child anymore.
Nice.
I had to stop you.
Whenever he says that, it makes me think of that line in Clue when they slap Mrs. Peacock because she's screaming, and then he's like, I had to stop her screaming. I don't know why it triggers that line specifically, but it does. He just says, I had to stop you. So I'm like, I had to stop her screaming. I love Clue. I should show that in Discord. Clue's so fun. Yeah, sure. You betcha.
I feel wonderful.
Okay, I will have to take a look and see if it's on any of the services that I have. Just DM me the title, so that I remember. Yeah, sounds good. I will have to take a look and see what services, like if it's on any of the services that I have.
I won't flinch.
You miss me.
I'm sorry.
Let's see. Nope. Nope. Yeah! Yeah, you're welcome. You are welcome, Glisso.
We'll get through this. My muscles are yours.
My muscles are yours.
One strike will decide. Emblem engage.
Emblem engage. Boom, baby.
Forward to this day.
Won't you join me? It's tea time.
Yeah, buddy. It's tea time. Oh, I love it.
Here I go.
Do the bonds get reset or do they stay? They stay. They stay. Once you've connected with a ring, you get to keep the bond. So that way if you use them again, you still have that level of bond. Yeah. It would be super annoying otherwise.
By any means necessary. Like that?
If there are more than digits. I wish that a character could wear more than one, but mechanically they only let one character wear one ring. No, Alfred. I'll have to go back. Bing, 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 bing. Wait, stop that. that, cat. My chair is not a scratching post. To merge into an abomination, flesh gets shot like the Colossus at the end of Inside. Oh no.
That was eye-opening.
Oh no! Like the clone, Ripley clone in Alien 4. Oh no. No, no, no.
Emblem engage!
I made, I have a D&D game that I run for Copic and a couple of other local friends. I made them fight, something very similar to that, actually.
I'm sorry you're stuck with me.
If this means survival,
Oh no, that still didn't hit Alfred. He's still too far away. Oh no!
Join me for one song.
Nice. Oh no, it did hit Alfred. Nice. It just didn't show me that it hit Alfred, so.
We fight for peace. Emblem engage.
Emblem engage. Man, it's got a freaking chain guard on it. That's so annoying.
Tell me where.
You only survived that because of chain guard, bruh.
Not afraid anymore.
Nice. Nice.
So your tale ends.
We did hit. I was worried that he would miss because his percentage was only like 74. Roar!
Still have a lot to learn.
I can't let him down.
That is not the button I meant to do. Not perfect, but it's better than no hit points. Oh, darn, he can't get there. Well, we'll chain guard at least then. Well, no, he can dance. He can dance if you wanna.
Feeling better.
Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Can't do anything but support him from here. Those friends don't dance there, don't dance there. No friends of his. Nice. Hiya!
Guess I did it right.
Why do we repeat our mistakes?
Oh, so close. Next battle, he'll definitely level.
Yeah, no problem.
Here we go. We won't be able to chain guard that other guy. Even if I were to engage, I couldn't do anything from there. He can't get to him.
Allow me to demonstrate.
Nice. Rude. Wait, how do I open this door? Oh, that's why he suggested we get to this sigil first. Well, I'm about to. I just need a second.
Good fight.
Aha!
The door's open. We should use the other sigil as well. Oh, more of the floor is turned to ice. Tread carefully, Divine One.
I'm not even walking. I'm flying. Doesn't matter. Doesn't affect me. Bing, 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 bing. Oh, he goes here. He still can't do anything. That's fine. Boom! When I said this battle feels like it's gonna be a hot second. Yeah.
The other door has opened up.
You are incredible. I will have to give this my all.
Oh, is dragon. Is dragon. Sorry, but my boy Alchrist is just better than everyone. More like prehistoric chicken. Right? Oh, nice. He can get to him. We end this now.
Thank you.
Because Alchrist is gonna go again. And he's gonna win. He's gonna win the day.
I don't want to see.
"12 turns." Jeez. Not the longest battle, but it was up there.
Wow, that was incredible. I tried my very best, but you still won. You showed me your true essence as well. Even in battle, you were warm and kind.
Dude, you didn't even fight him. You fought Alchrist. You also didn't even get the chance to fight because Alchrist destroyed you.
I would be ever so glad to help you. I quite look forward to working together.
Thank you, Tiki. It's very reassuring to have you on our side.
I'm flattered to hear you say so. Oh, and it's not just me. My bracelet friends are here as well. I'm sure they would be happy to help.
You mean there are even more bracelet emblems here in Elios?
Yes, we just arrived recently. I'll tell you where they are, so you can go and meet them. I do believe they are all sleeping. I only hope they're having good dreams. I used to have terrible nightmares about turning into a beast and hurting people.
That must have been awful. I'm so sorry.
It was. But it's better now. I don't have those scary dreams anymore. And now that I'm with you, I think my dreams will only be happy ones. That's why I'm so grateful not to be alone. I want to become friends with all your friends.
That won't be a problem. You're bound to get along well with everyone.
I cannot wait to meet them. Let's be on our way.
The Tiki has powerful draconic attacks and can grant divine protection to her allies. The Sync skill Star Sphere causes stats to increase more easily with leveling. Oh! Excuse me, that's a cool ability. The Engage weapon breath deals damage to foes in an area and changes based on unit type. The Engage skill Draconic form turns the unit into a dragon. Awesome. The Engage attack Divine Blessing grants an ally a revival stone which they will consume to recover if their HP falls to 0. Neat. Alrighty, I think that is where we're gonna go ahead and call it a night, guys. We had a nice 4-ish hour stream. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. You guys are the best. Let's see. I will be back Sunday if I don't like pop in for a random stream. Have a good rest then. Yes, thank you. It's like almost 2 in the morning. Time for some sleeps. Let's see if there's anyone I want to leave you guys with. Wow, not really. Not this late. There's like... Not really. I guess we will just call it a night then. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Or rest. Sleep, depending on what time of day it is for you. Thanks so much for hanging out, guys. I really appreciate it. Before I go, I do want to remind you of the charity event that I will be on over on Striker Sly's channel. It is a Vampire the Masquerade one-shot. We are raising funds and awareness for mental health. But yeah, that'll be on the 21st, so a week from this Friday at 9 a.m. Mountain Time. It is going to be like an all-day event, so feel free to stop by. Even if you can't donate, just stop by. It should be an awesome time. We have a really, really cool lineup of players for that game. Of course, Kopic will be running it, and it should be a good time. I'm very excited. But yeah, you guys have a great rest of your day, and I will see you later. Thanks so much, guys. I appreciate you.